Journal entry number 32, 15th of October, 1895. As I sit in my study this evening, the firelight casting dancing shadows across these pages, I find myself compelled to record the strangest case Holmes and I ever encountered aboard the narrowest of quarters, one where ancient secrets travelled the English waterways, in the most vulnerable of vessels, and where a theft that should have been impossible in such confined spaces would prove that even among the most learned of men, the darkest human impulses can flourish like weeds in a scholar's garden. Little did we know, as we embarked upon what seemed a peaceful journey through the heart of England's canal system, that we would witness Holmes employ methods of deduction I had never seen before, confined as we were to a space no larger than my own sitting room, yet harbouring mysteries as deep as any we had encountered in the sprawling metropolis of London. The autumn wind rattles my windows as I write, and I am transported back to that crisp September morning when Holmes first proposed our unusual expedition. I had been reading the morning paper in our familiar quarters at 221 B. Baker Street, occasionally glancing at my friend, who sat in his customary chair, fingers steepled, lost in what I had come to recognize as one of his deeper contemplations. The fog hung thick over London that morning, and the gas lamp still flickered in the street below, casting an ethereal glow that seemed to match Holmes's mysterious mood. "Watson," he said suddenly, without lifting his eyes from whatever invisible problem occupied his brilliant mind, "what would you say to a journey by canal boat?" I lowered my paper, accustomed as I had become to Holmes's unexpected propositions, yet still occasionally surprised by their nature. "A canal boat, Holmes? That seems rather leisurely for your tastes." A smile played at the corners of his mouth. That particular expression, I had learned, indicated he possessed information I did not. "Ah, but this would be no ordinary pleasure cruise, my dear fellow. Professor Aldrich Morrison from Oxford has written requesting our assistance with a rather delicate matter involving the transportation of several priceless manuscripts. It seems the good professor requires discreet protection for documents that, if lost or damaged, would represent an irreplaceable loss to human knowledge." I set down my paper entirely, intrigued despite my natural skepticism of what seemed too simple a case for my friend's unique talents. "What sort of manuscripts, Holmes?" "Medieval texts, primarily," he replied, finally meeting my gaze with those penetrating grey eyes that seemed to see through to the very soul of any matter, including several illuminated works that have never been properly catalogued, and one particular document, a cipher created by a 12th century monk, that Professor Morrison believes may contain the location of a lost monastery library. The collection is being transported from a private estate in Warwickshire to the British Museum for proper preservation and study. The idea held a certain appeal, I must admit. After months of London's grimy streets and the often sordid nature of our urban cases, the prospect of peaceful waterways and a scholarly conversation seemed almost restorative. And why the canal boat rather than more conventional transport? Holmes rose from his chair with that fluid grace that always marked his movements when a case had captured his interest. Professor Morrison is convinced that certain interested parties might attempt to intercept the collection if its route were predictable, The canal system, he argues, offers the most discreet and unexpected method of transport. Who would think to look for priceless manuscripts aboard a simple narrow boat making its unhurried way through the English countryside? As I reflect now upon that conversation, I realize I should have recognized the flaw in such reasoning. If the good professor could conceive of the canal route as an ideal hiding place, surely others might reach the same conclusion. But at the time, caught up in Holmes's evident enthusiasm and my own desire for a change of scenery, I found myself agreeing to the venture with little hesitation. "When do we depart?" I asked. "Tomorrow morning," Holmes replied, already moving toward his desk to gather what I presumed were the relevant correspondence and details. We meet Professor Morrison and his companions at the Paddington Basin at 8 o'clock sharp. Pack light, Watson. We shall be travelling in rather close quarters. The next morning dawned clear and crisp, with that particular quality of light that marks the beginning of autumn in England. Holmes and I made our way through the bustling streets of London, our modest travelling bags in hand, towards the canal basin where our unusual journey would commence. I must confess to feeling a sense of adventure I had not experienced since our earlier cases, when the novelty of Holmes's methods still held the power to surprise me at every turn. The Paddington Basin presented a scene of controlled chaos, typical of any transport hub. Narrow boats lined the water in neat rows, their painted sides gleaming in the morning sun, while bargemen and passengers moved about their various preparations for departure. The air carried the scent of coal smoke, horse manure, and the muddy odour of canal water, not unpleasant, but distinctly different from the familiar fog and soot of our usual London atmosphere. "There," Holmes said, pointing toward a particularly well-maintained narrow boat moored near the far end of the basin. "The Minerva, if I am not mistaken." Indeed, as we approached, I could see the name painted in elegant script along the boat's side, accompanied by decorative flourishes that suggested this vessel was maintained with more than ordinary care. The narrow boat stretched, perhaps 70 feet in length, but could not have been more than 7 feet wide, a floating corridor that would serve as our home for the next several days. Professor Morrison proved to be a man in his late 50s, with the kind of stooped shoulders and thick spectacles that marked a lifetime spent bent over ancient texts. His grey hair, though thinning, was meticulously groomed, and his manner of dress suggested someone who took great pride in maintaining scholarly dignity, even in unconventional circumstances. When he greeted us at the boat's stern, his handshake was firm despite his academic appearance, and his eyes held an intelligence that immediately earned my respect. "Mr. Holmes, Dr. Watson," he said with evident relief, "I cannot express how grateful I am that you've agreed to assist us. The importance of these manuscripts cannot be overstated, and I must confess to feeling somewhat out of my depth in matters of, well, security and such concerns." Holmes inclined his head graciously. "Professor Morrison, the pleasure is entirely ours. I trust you've had no difficulties thus far." "None whatsoever," Morrison replied, though I detected a slight hesitation in his voice that suggested perhaps not all was as smooth as he claimed. "Please, allow me to introduce you to our other companions for the journey." He led us onto the narrow boat, and I was immediately struck by how efficiently the limited space had been organized. Every inch seemed to serve a purpose. from the carefully arranged seating in what appeared to be a small salon area, to the neat galley visible through an open doorway toward the bow. The ceiling was lower than I was accustomed to, forcing even my moderate height to adjust, though Holmes, being taller, would clearly need to remain conscious of his head throughout our journey. Our first introduction was to Dr. Margaret Ashford, a woman I judged to be in her early 40s, whose presence aboard the vessel immediately challenged my preconceptions about scholarly expeditions. She possessed the kind of quiet confidence that spoke of considerable academic achievement, and when she rose to greet us, her handshake was as firm as any gentleman's I had encountered. Dr. Ashford specializes in medieval manuscripts, Professor Morrison explained, and her expertise in illuminated texts has been invaluable in cataloguing our collection. She will be overseeing the physical care of the documents during our journey. "A pleasure to meet you both, Doctor," Ashford said, her voice carrying the cultured tones of educated refinement. "I must say, Mr. Holmes, your reputation precedes you. Professor Morrison has spoken of little else since arranging for your assistance." Holmes acknowledged the compliment with his typical modest nod. "I hope our presence proves unnecessary, Doctor. A peaceful journey with scholarly conversation would suit me admirably. Our second companion required no introduction, for I recognized him immediately as Thomas Hartwell, whose archaeological discoveries in Egypt had been featured prominently in the scientific journals over the past several years. He was a man of perhaps 45, with the weathered complexion of someone who had spent considerable time under foreign suns, yet his manner was refined, and his conversation marked by the precision of a trained observer. "Dr. Watson, Mr. Holmes," Hartwell said, rising from where he had been examining what appeared to be a detailed map spread across the narrow table that dominated the salon area. "I've read your accounts with great interest, Doctor. Your description of investigative methodology has proven quite valuable in my own archaeological work." I felt a flush of pride at this unexpected praise, though I was careful not to let it show too prominently. Holmes, I noticed, was already studying the map Hartwell had been examining, his sharp eyes taking in details that would likely prove significant later. The final member of our party was perhaps the most intriguing. A young man introduced as Timothy Blackwood, Professor Morrison's research assistant, who could not have been more than 25 years of age. Despite his youth, there was something in his manner, a careful precision in his speech and movement, that suggested capabilities beyond his apparent experience. "Mr. Blackwood has been instrumental in organizing this expedition," Professor Morrison explained, as the young man greeted us with appropriate deference. "His attention to detail has ensured that every aspect of our journey has been properly planned." As I reflect upon these introductions now, I realize I should have paid closer attention to the subtle dynamics already at play among our companions. There was a certain tension in the air, barely perceptible, but present nonetheless, the kind of undercurrent that often precedes significant events in human affairs. Holmes, I suspect, noticed it immediately, though he gave no outward sign of his observations. The interior of the narrow boat proved to be a marvel of efficient design. Beyond the main salon where we had gathered, the vessel contained a well-appointed galley, several small sleeping compartments barely large enough for a single berth, And what Professor Morrison proudly showed us was a specially designed storage area where the manuscripts were kept in climate-controlled cases. The collection represents nearly 3 years of careful acquisition, Morrison explained, as he led us toward the stern of the boat where the precious documents were housed. Some were discovered in estate sales, others through private dealers, but each has been authenticated and represents a genuine contribution to our understanding of medieval scholarship. The storage area itself was impressive in its attention to preservation. The manuscript cases were arranged with mathematical precision, each clearly labelled and secured against the gentle motion of the boat. I counted perhaps 15 individual cases, varying in size from small boxes that might contain single documents to larger containers that clearly held multiple volumes. "And the cipher you mentioned?" Holmes inquired, his attention focused on a particularly elaborate case positioned at the centre of the collection. Professor Morrison's eyes lit with the enthusiasm of a scholar discussing his most prized possession. "Ah, yes, the Thurston Cipher, created by Brother Benedict of Thurston Abbey sometime in the late 12th century. We believe it contains directions to a hidden library that was secreted away during the dissolution period. If we're correct, it could lead to the discovery of hundreds of texts thought lost forever." Holmes examined the case with his characteristic intensity, though he made no move to handle it without permission. "Fascinating. And you've had no success in deciphering it through conventional means?" "None whatsoever, Doctor," Ashford interjected, moving to join our examination of the collection. "The cipher employs a system we've never encountered before. It seems to combine traditional medieval cryptographic techniques with elements that suggest, well, something far more sophisticated than we would typically expect from that period." As our small group stood gathered around the precious manuscripts, I became aware of the gentle rocking motion of the boat and the sound of water lapping against the hull. Through the small windows, I could see the busy activity of the canal basin as other vessels prepared for their various journeys. It struck me then how isolated we would soon become, 5 scholars and 2 additional passengers confined to this narrow floating world, carrying treasures that others might kill to possess. The afternoon was spent in the pleasant process of settling into our temporary quarters and becoming acquainted with the rhythms of Canal boat life. Our captain, a weathered man named Davies, who had spent 30 years navigating England's waterways, proved to be a font of knowledge about the canal system and its peculiarities. His wife, Mrs. Davies, served as cook and general caretaker, and her warm manner immediately put our scholarly party at ease. "We'll be making our way along the Grand Union Canal," Captain Davies explained as we prepared for departure, with stops at several locks along the route. "The journey to London should take us 4 days, assuming fair weather and no mechanical difficulties. You'll find the pace quite restful after city life, I expect." As the afternoon wore on, and we finally began our journey proper, I found myself increasingly charmed by the unique perspective canal travel offered. England looked different from the water level, more intimate somehow, as if we were being granted access to a hidden version of the countryside that few ever experienced. Village gardens backed up to the waterway, children waved from bridges, and the whole world seemed to move at a pace that allowed for genuine observation and reflection. Holmes, I noticed, had positioned himself in the stern of the boat, where he could observe both our fellow passengers and the passing landscape. His sharp eyes missed nothing, not the way Timothy Blackwood seemed to hover protectively near the manuscript storage area, nor how Dr. Ashford kept checking her pocket watch with increasing frequency as the day progressed, nor the manner in which Thomas Hartwell studied our route with the intensity of someone memorizing every detail. As evening approached and Mrs. Davies began preparing dinner in the narrow galley, our little community gathered in the main salon. The conversation flowed easily among topics ranging from archaeological discoveries to recent developments in manuscript preservation techniques. Professor Morrison proved to be an entertaining storyteller, regaling us with tales of his various scholarly adventures, while Dr. Ashford demonstrated a wit and intelligence that I found increasingly admirable. The dinner itself was simple, but excellently prepared. Mrs. Davies clearly possessed considerable skill in creating satisfying meals despite the limitations of her floating kitchen. As we sat around the narrow table, sharing food and conversation by the light of oil lamps, I found myself thinking that this journey might prove to be exactly the peaceful interlude Holmes and I needed after our recent strenuous cases. How wrong I was. As I write these words now, with the full knowledge of what was to come, I can see the subtle signs that should have warned us. The way Timothy Blackwood excused himself frequently to check on the manuscripts. Dr. Ashford's tendency to fall silent whenever the conversation turned to the Thurston Cipher. Thomas Hartwell's habit of stepping outside onto the narrow deck, ostensibly to smoke his pipe, but always positioning himself where he could observe the surrounding countryside. But at the time, lulled by good food, pleasant company, and the gentle rocking motion of our floating home, I noticed only the immediate pleasure of scholarly conversation, and the peaceful atmosphere of our Canal journey. Even Holmes seemed more relaxed than usual, participating in discussions about medieval history and archaeological methodology, with genuine interest, rather than his typical analytical detachment. The night was clear and cool as we finally retired to our respective sleeping quarters. My small cabin was barely large enough for its narrow bunk and a tiny washstand, but it was clean and comfortable. Through the small porthole, I could see stars reflecting on the still water of the canal, and the sound of gentle lapping against the hull provided a soothing rhythm that I expected would ensure a peaceful night's sleep. As I settled into my narrow bunk, I could hear the quiet sounds of our companions preparing for rest. Footsteps on the deck above, the soft closing of cabin doors, and the gradual settling of our floating community into the rhythm of night aboard a canal boat. Captain Davies had assured us that we would be perfectly safe, moored where we were, and the peaceful atmosphere of our surroundings seemed to confirm his assessment. I drifted off to sleep, thinking of ancient manuscripts and medieval ciphers, scholarly conversations, and the gentle romance of travel by waterway. I was, as I now realize, living through the last hours of innocence our little expedition would enjoy. For when morning came, it would bring with it the discovery that would transform our peaceful scholarly journey into one of the most challenging cases of Holmes's career, confined as we would be to the narrow world of our canal boat, with nowhere to escape and no one to trust completely. But that is a tale for tomorrow's reflection. Tonight I am content to remember those final hours of peace, when the most precious manuscripts in England rested safely in their cases below deck, and 5 scholars shared the simple pleasure of travelling together through the heart of the English countryside, bound by common purpose and innocent of the drama that was to unfold. The morning of our second day dawned with that peculiar quality of light that comes only on the water, soft, diffused, and somehow more intimate than the harsh illumination of city streets. I awoke to the gentle sounds of canal life, the distant call of a lock-keeper, the soft splash of water against our hull, and the melodic chirping of birds that seemed to welcome the narrowboat community into another day of peaceful travel. As I dressed in my small cabin, I reflected on how quickly one adapts to confined spaces when necessity demands it. My medical training had taught me the importance of making efficient use of limited resources, and I found myself appreciating the thoughtful design that allowed every inch of our floating home to serve a useful purpose. The narrow mirror above my washstand reflected a face that already showed signs of the relaxation this journey was providing. The tension lines around my eyes had softened, and there was a healthier colour to my complexion than I had seen in months. Emerging from my cabin, I found Holmes already seated in the main salon, a cup of tea in his hands, and that expression of quiet observation that I had learned indicated he was cataloguing and analysing everything around him. He acknowledged my greeting with a nod, but I could see his attention was focused on our companions as they began to stir and make their appearances for the morning meal. "Sleep well, Watson?" he inquired, though his eyes continued their systematic observation of our surroundings. "Remarkably well," I replied honestly. "There's something about the water that seems to encourage peaceful rest. Though I notice you've been awake for some time." Holmes smiled that knowing smile I had come to associate with his having already learned something significant. "Indeed. I find that the early morning hours offer excellent opportunities for observation. People are less guarded when they believe themselves unobserved, and our confined quarters make such observations quite illuminating." Before I could inquire further about what particular observations he had made, Mrs. Davies appeared from the galley carrying a tray laden with the promising aromas of breakfast. Her cheerful morning greeting and efficient movement through the narrow spaces of the boat demonstrated the kind of practiced skill that comes only from years of canal life. "Good morning, gentlemen," she said with genuine warmth. "I trust you slept well, despite the close quarters. Breakfast will be ready shortly. Fresh eggs from the farm we passed yesterday, and bread baked in my own galley oven. Nothing like a proper breakfast to start a day on the water." Professor Morrison was the next to emerge, his hair somewhat dishevelled, but his manner alert and purposeful. He carried with him a leather satchel that I had noticed he kept close at hand throughout our journey, and his first action upon entering the salon was to glance toward the stern, where the manuscript collection was housed. "Ah, Holmes, Watson," he greeted us, settling into one of the narrow bench seats with obvious satisfaction. "I must say, this method of travel agrees with me far more than I had anticipated. There's something about the steady pace and peaceful surroundings that seems conducive to scholarly reflection." Dr. Ashford appeared moments later, and I was struck again by how she managed to maintain an air of professional dignity despite the informal circumstances of canal boat living. Her dark hair was arranged with simple elegance, and her clothing, while practical for travel, bore the unmistakable marks of quality and careful selection. She carried herself with the confidence of someone accustomed to commanding respect in academic circles. Yet there was a warmth in her manner that made conversation both easy and pleasant. "Good morning," she said, accepting a cup of tea from Mrs. Davies with obvious gratitude. "I confess I've been looking forward to continuing our discussion of manuscript preservation techniques, Professor Morrison. Your collection provides such excellent examples of various approaches to maintaining document integrity over time." As she spoke, I noticed Holmes's attention sharpen slightly, though he gave no outward sign of particular interest. I had learned to recognize these subtle changes in my friend's demeanor, and they usually indicated that some detail had struck him as potentially significant. Thomas Hartwell joined us shortly thereafter, bringing with him the faint aroma of pipe tobacco and the morning air. His weathered face showed the effects of a good night's sleep, and his manner was relaxed and convivial as he settled into our growing breakfast gathering. "Magnificent morning," he announced, with obvious pleasure. I took the liberty of walking along the towpath for a short distance. I always like to get a sense of the terrain when I am in unfamiliar territory. Old habits from my archaeological fieldwork, I suppose. The countryside through this section is particularly beautiful, with several interesting historical features visible from the water level. Professor Morrison leaned forward with evident interest. "Historical features? What sort of things caught your attention?" Hartwell's eyes lit with the enthusiasm of a scholar discussing his specialty. "Well, there are the remains of what appears to be a medieval mill foundation about half a mile back, and I spotted what might be the outline of an old Roman road cutting across the hillside to the east. It's remarkable how much history you can read in the landscape when you know what to look for." Dr. Ashford nodded approvingly. "That's precisely the kind of contextual information that can prove invaluable when working with historical documents. Understanding the geographical and social environment in which manuscripts were created often provides crucial insights into their content and significance." Our final companion, Timothy Blackwood, appeared last, and I noticed immediately that he seemed somewhat more subdued than he had been the previous evening. His usual careful precision was still evident, but there was a quality of preoccupation about him that suggested his mind was occupied with matters beyond our immediate breakfast conversation. "My apologies for the delay," he said, taking his place at our crowded table. "I wanted to check on the manuscript storage area, the temperature and humidity controls, you understand. With such precious documents in our care, one cannot be too careful about environmental conditions." Professor Morrison beamed with obvious pride at his assistant's dedication. "Exactly the kind of attention to detail that makes Timothy invaluable. I don't know what I would do without his meticulous care of every aspect of our scholarly work." As we settled into our breakfast, the conversation naturally turned to the collection of manuscripts that had brought us together. I found myself fascinated by the depth of knowledge each of our companions possessed, and the way their different areas of expertise complemented each other in understanding the significance of what we were transporting. "The illuminated psalter alone, Doctor," Ashford explained as she carefully spread jam on her bread. represents hundreds of hours of painstaking work by medieval scribes and illuminators. The quality of the gold leaf and the sophistication of the artistic techniques suggest it was produced in one of the major monastic scriptoriums, possibly Canterbury or Winchester. Professor Morrison nodded enthusiastically. And when you consider that it contains musical notations that have never been properly transcribed, the potential contribution to our understanding of medieval liturgical music could be extraordinary. Hartwell leaned back in his seat, his archaeological mind clearly working to place these documents in their broader historical context. What strikes me most is the variety of the collection. You have religious texts, secular poetry, historical chronicles, and that intriguing cipher. It suggests these documents were gathered by someone with remarkably broad scholarly interests, or someone who understood their potential commercial value, Timothy Blackwood added quietly, then seemed to catch himself. Not that there's anything wrong with collecting for investment purposes, of course. Private collectors have often been crucial in preserving materials that might otherwise have been lost. Holmes, who had been listening to this scholarly discussion with apparent interest, finally spoke. Mr. Blackwood raises an interesting point about commercial value. I confess my knowledge of the manuscript market is limited. What sort of monetary worth might we be discussing? The question seemed to create a moment of uncomfortable silence around our breakfast table. Professor Morrison cleared his throat diplomatically. Well, of course, from a scholarly perspective, the value is primarily academic. However, I suppose if one were to consider market prices. Dr. Ashford set down her teacup with a slight clink against the saucer. Some of the pieces in the collection would be worth several £1,000s to the right collector. The illuminated texts in particular command extraordinary prices at auction. And the cipher? Holmes inquired casually, though I detected the sharp focus that indicated genuine professional interest. If it truly leads to a lost monastic library, Hartwell said thoughtfully, the finder would essentially control access to potentially hundreds of undiscovered historical documents. The academic prestige alone would be immeasurable, to say nothing of the financial implications. Timothy Blackwood has grown increasingly quiet during this discussion of values and implications, and I noticed he kept glancing toward the stern of the boat where the manuscripts were housed. There was something in his manner that suggested his internal conflict, though I could not then identify its precise nature. Mrs. Davies appeared to clear away our breakfast dishes, and her warm, practical presence seemed to lighten the slightly tense atmosphere that had developed around our table. "More tea for anyone?" she inquired cheerfully. "Captain Davies says we'll be approaching Braunston Lock within the hour, so you'll have a chance to stretch your legs and see a bit of proper canal engineering in action." As our scholarly party began to disperse after breakfast, I found myself drawn into conversation with Dr. Ashford about her work with medieval manuscripts. Her expertise was genuinely impressive, and I was struck by the breadth of her knowledge, not only about the technical aspects of document preservation, but also about the historical and cultural contexts that made these works significant. "The thing most people don't realize," she explained as we stood on the narrow deck watching the English countryside drift past, "is that manuscripts aren't just repositories of text. They're physical artifacts that can tell us about paper-making techniques, ink formulations, binding methods, even the social and economic conditions under which they were produced. I found this perspective fascinating from a medical standpoint, as it reminded me of how a trained physician can read a patient's history of physical symptoms and subtle signs that would be invisible to the untrained eye. Do you find that your work requires skills similar to detective work? I asked. Dr. Ashford laughed, a pleasant sound that carried across the water. More than you might think, actually. We often have to piece together fragments of evidence, make logical deductions based on limited information, and challenge accepted theories when the physical evidence doesn't support them. Holmes, who had been standing nearby examining the mechanisms of the boat's steering system with Captain Davies, seemed to overhear this comment. An interesting parallel, Doctor. Ashford. I've often thought that scholarly research and criminal investigation share many methodological similarities. Indeed they do, Mr. Holmes, she replied. In fact, I've found your published cases quite instructive in thinking about how to approach historical puzzles. The way you emphasize the importance of observing details that others might overlook has proven quite applicable to manuscript analysis. I felt a flush of professional pride at this acknowledgement of the value of our work, though I was careful not to let it show too prominently. Holmes, characteristically, seemed more interested in pursuing the intellectual connection than accepting the compliment. What sort of details, specifically? He inquired. Dr. Ashford considered the question carefully. Well, for instance, the quality of parchment can tell you about the economic resources of the institution where a manuscript was produced. Variations in handwriting might indicate multiple scribes or periods of interruption in the copying process. Even the types of errors and corrections can provide insights into working conditions, literacy levels, and the care with which the work was supervised. Professor Morrison, who had been listening to this conversation while reviewing some papers from his leather satchel, looked up with obvious enthusiasm. Dr. Ashford is being modest about her own contributions to the field. Her analysis of the Thurston cipher has already revealed several important clues about its construction, even though we haven't yet succeeded in deciphering its actual content. Holmes's interest sharpened visibly. What sort of clues? Dr. Ashford glanced at Professor Morrison, who nodded encouragingly. Well, the parchment itself is of exceptionally high quality, much finer than would typically be used for routine monastic correspondence. The ink contains traces of rare minerals that suggest expensive imported pigments, and the handwriting, while superficially appearing to be the work of a single scribe, actually shows subtle variations that indicate at least 3 different individuals were involved in its creation. 3 different individuals. I found myself intrigued despite my limited knowledge of such matters. The main text appears to have been written by someone with exceptional calligraphic skills, probably a professional scribe of the highest caliber. But some of the marginal notations show the characteristics of a different hand, perhaps someone with scholarly training, but less formal writing experience. And there are certain corrections and additions that suggest a third person reviewed and modified the work. Thomas Hartwell had joined our conversation, drawn by the discussion of analytical techniques that clearly resonated with his archaeological background. That's fascinating. In my own work, I've found that understanding the process of creation can be just as important as understanding the final product. When you're excavating a site, the layers of construction, modification, and abandonment tell a story that's often more revealing than any individual artifact. Holmes nodded thoughtfully. And in the case of the Thurston Cipher, what story do you believe these physical characteristics are telling? Dr. Ashford exchanged glances with Professor Morrison before answering. We believe the cipher wasn't simply a routine piece of monastic correspondence, but rather a document of exceptional importance that required the collaboration of multiple individuals with different types of expertise. The quality of materials and the care taken in its construction suggest it was meant to survive for centuries. Which brings us back to its potential significance, Professor Morrison added. If Brother Benedict truly was encoding the location of a hidden library, he would have wanted to ensure that the information could be preserved and eventually decoded by future generations of scholars. Timothy Blackwood, who had been standing nearby pretending to examine the boat's rigging, seemed to tense at this discussion of the cipher's importance. I noticed his hands clench slightly, and there was something in his expression that suggested internal struggle, though I could not then interpret its meaning. The approach to Braunston Lock provided a welcome distraction from these scholarly discussions, and I found myself genuinely fascinated by the engineering marvel that allowed canal boats to navigate changes in water level. Captain Davies proved to be an excellent guide, explaining the mechanical principles involved while demonstrating the practical skills required to maneuver our narrow boat through the lock system. Been working these waterways for 30 years. He explained, as he guided the Minerva into the lock chamber. And I still find satisfaction in the precision it requires. Everything has to work together. The timing, the water levels, the handling of the boat. It's rather like conducting an orchestra, in a way. As we waited for the water level to adjust, our small party stood on deck, watching the lock mechanisms work their mechanical magic. The enclosed stone walls of the lock chamber created an intimate space that seemed to encourage quiet conversation, and I noticed how our scholarly companions seemed to pair off naturally into smaller discussion groups. Professor Morrison and Thomas Hartwell found themselves deep in conversation about the relationship between archaeological discovery and historical documentation. Their different perspectives, one focused on written records, the other on physical evidence, created a fascinating dialogue about how scholars in different fields might collaborate more effectively. Dr. Ashford and Timothy Blackwood stood somewhat apart, engaged in what appeared to be a more serious discussion about practical aspects of manuscript care and transportation. I could not overhear their conversation, but there seemed to be some disagreement between them, judging from their gestures and expressions. Holmes, meanwhile, had positioned himself where he could observe both our fellow passengers and the activity around the lock. His sharp eyes missed nothing. Not the way Timothy kept glancing nervously at the manuscript storage area, nor the manner in which Dr. Ashford seemed to be studying our surroundings with more than casual interest, nor the frequency with which Professor Morrison checked his pocket watch. As we continued our journey beyond the lock, the afternoon settling into the gentle rhythm of canal travel, I found myself reflecting on how quickly our little community had developed its own social dynamics. In less than 24 hours, personalities had emerged, relationships had begun to form, and subtle tensions had started to manifest themselves. The confined space of the narrow boat seemed to intensify these human interactions, creating an atmosphere where every gesture, every word, every glance carried heightened significance. It was rather like being part of a theatrical production, where the stage was impossibly small and the audience was also the cast. As evening approached and Mrs. Davies began preparations for another of her excellent dinners, I noticed that Holmes had grown increasingly quiet and observant. His behaviour suggested that he had begun to detect patterns or anomalies that his trained mind found significant, though he had not yet shared his observations with me. The dinner conversation that evening was somewhat more subdued than it had been the previous night. While the topics remained scholarly and the company remained pleasant, there was an undercurrent of tension that had not been present before. Perhaps it was simply the natural result of strangers learning to live in close proximity, but I sensed that something more specific was troubling our scholarly companions. Dr. Ashford, in particular, seemed preoccupied with thoughts she did not share, and I noticed her attention wandering from the conversation more frequently than before. Timothy Blackwood appeared increasingly nervous, and his usual precise manner was marked by occasional moments of distraction that seemed uncharacteristic. Professor Morrison maintained his role as genial host, but I detected signs of strain around his eyes that suggested he was working harder than usual to maintain a pleasant atmosphere. Even Thomas Hartwell, who had been so relaxed and convivial that morning, seemed to have something weighing on his mind as the evening progressed. As I retired to my narrow cabin that second night, I found myself wondering what Holmes had observed that I had missed. The subtle changes in our companion's behaviour suggested that something had shifted during our first full day of travel, but I could not identify what that something might be. Through my small porthole, I could see stars reflected on the still water of the canal, just as I had the previous night, but somehow the peaceful scene seemed less reassuring than it had before. Perhaps it was simply my imagination, influenced by the day's subtle tensions, but I could not shake the feeling that our little floating community was balanced on the edge of some significant development. I fell asleep that night with the gentle sounds of water against the hull and the quiet settling of our boat into its moorings. But my dreams were troubled by images of precious manuscripts floating away on dark water, and scholars whose faces seemed to change each time I looked at them directly. I was awakened on our third morning, not by the gentle sounds of canal life that had marked our previous days, but by a cry of distress that cut through the peaceful atmosphere of our floating sanctuary like a blade through silk. The sound came from the direction of the manuscript storage area, and it carried with it a note of panic that instantly transformed our serene scholarly expedition into something far more sinister. Rising quickly from my narrow bunk, I pulled on my clothes with the practiced efficiency that years of medical emergencies had taught me, though I confess my hands trembled slightly as I fastened my collar. Through the thin walls of our narrow boat, I could hear urgent voices and the sound of rapid footsteps on the deck above. The very quality of the commotion suggested that our peaceful journey had encountered its first serious crisis. Holmes was already in the main salon when I emerged from my cabin, his keen eyes alert and focused despite the early hour. He had clearly been awake for some time, as was his habit, and his manner suggested that he'd been expecting some development of this nature. There was no surprise in his expression, only the sharp attention of a hunter who had detected the first signs of his quarry. "What's happened?" I asked, though the grim set of his features already suggested the nature of our morning's discovery. "Professor Morrison has discovered that the Thurston cipher is missing," Holmes replied quietly, his voice carrying just enough volume to reach me without alerting our companions to his observations. He found the storage case empty when he conducted his morning inspection of the collection. Before I could respond, Professor Morrison himself appeared in the salon doorway, his face pale and his hands visibly shaking. The careful, scholarly composure that had marked his demeanor throughout our journey had vanished entirely, replaced by the kind of distress that comes only from the loss of something irreplaceable. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice barely steady, "I must ask for your immediate assistance. The cipher, the Thurston cipher, it's gone. The case was locked when I retired last night, and it remains locked this morning, but the document itself has vanished completely." Holmes rose from his seat with that fluid grace that always marked his transition from rest to action. "Professor, please sit down and tell us exactly what you discovered. Every detail, no matter how seemingly insignificant, may prove crucial." Morrison sank into one of the narrow bench seats, and I noticed how his scholarly hands that I had observed handling precious manuscripts with reverent care, now clutched at each other as if seeking some anchor in his distress. "I always check the collection first thing each morning," he began, his voice gaining slight strength as he focused on the familiar routine. "It's been my practice for years. Temperature, humidity, the security of each individual case." Dr. Ashford appeared in the salon, her clothing hastily arranged, but her manner immediately professional. "Professor Morrison, what's wrong? I heard you call out." "The cipher is gone, Margaret," Morrison said, using her Christian name for the first time in my hearing. "The Thurston cipher has been taken from its case." The effect of these words on Dr. Ashford was immediate and dramatic. Her face went ashen, and she grasped the doorframe for support as if the narrow boat had suddenly begun pitching in rough seas. "That's impossible," she whispered. "The cases are all locked, and you keep the only keys." Holmes stepped forward with the calm authority that had served him so well in countless investigations. "Dr. Ashford, perhaps you could assist Professor Morrison in conducting a complete inventory of the collection. I should like to know immediately if anything else is missing or has been disturbed." Timothy Blackwood arrived in the salon at that moment, his young face showing signs of having been roused from sleep, but his eyes immediately alert to the crisis at hand. "What's happened?" he asked, though something in his manner suggested he might already suspect the nature of our emergency. "The cipher has been stolen," Professor Morrison said, his voice now carrying a note of accusation that seemed directed at the world in general, rather than any specific individual. "Someone aboard this boat has taken the most precious document in my collection." The word "stolen" seemed to echo in the confined space of our salon, transforming our scholarly gathering into something far more serious. Timothy Blackwood's reaction was particularly striking. He seemed to shrink into himself, his usual precise manner replaced by what I could only describe as barely controlled panic. Thomas Hartwell appeared last, drawn by the sound of urgent voices, his archaeologist's instincts clearly alert to the presence of crisis. "I say, what's all this about? Has something happened to the manuscripts?" Holmes had been observing each of these reactions with his characteristic intensity, and I could see his mind cataloguing and analysing every gesture, every expression, every word. "Mr. Hartwell," he said calmly, "perhaps you could assist Captain Davies in securing the boat. I think it would be wise to ensure that no one leaves the vessel until we can determine exactly what has occurred." The suggestion that one of our scholarly parties might be responsible for theft created a moment of stunned silence. The idea seemed to violate everything we had believed about our civilized floating community. Yet the logic was inescapable. If the cipher had indeed been stolen, the thief had to be someone with access to our confined quarters. Dr. Ashford and Professor Morrison disappeared toward the manuscript storage area, voices carrying back to us in urgent, whispered consultation. I could hear the sounds of cases being opened and examined, followed by what I interpreted as sighs of relief. Presumably, the other documents remained secure. Holmes moved to the narrow window that looked out over the canal, his sharp eyes scanning our immediate surroundings with systematic thoroughness. "Watson," he said quietly, "I should like you to observe our companions carefully over the next few minutes. Note any signs of unusual behavior, anything that strikes you as inconsistent with their previous demeanor." Timothy Blackwood had seated himself at the narrow table, his head in his hands, in what appeared to be genuine despair. But, as I watched him more closely, following Holmes's instruction, I began to notice subtle details that suggested his distress might not be entirely what it appeared. His breathing, while rapid, was controlled rather than panicked. His hands, though covering his face, were steady rather than trembling. And when he thought no one was observing, I caught glimpses of his eyes moving systematically around the salon, as if cataloguing our reactions. Thomas Hartwell had moved toward the stern of the boat, ostensibly to speak with Captain Davies about securing our position, but I noticed that his path took him directly past the manuscript storage area. He paused there for several moments longer than seemed necessary, and his manner suggested intense listening rather than casual interest. Mrs. Davies appeared from the galley area, her warm face creased with concern. "Is everything all right?" she asked. "I heard such a commotion. Nothing's happened to those precious books, has it?" Professor Morrison and Dr. Ashford returned to the salon, their faces grim but showing signs of partial relief. "The rest of the collection appears to be intact," Morrison announced. "Whatever happened, it was specifically targeted at the Thurston cipher." Holmes turned from the window, his attention now fully focused on our little gathering. "Professor Morrison, I would like to examine the empty case, if you please. And I think it would be advisable for everyone to remain in the salon until we can establish exactly what we're dealing with." The suggestion created an immediate tension among our scholarly party. The idea of being confined to the main salon, already small for 5 people, under circumstances of mutual suspicion, was clearly uncomfortable for everyone involved. "Surely you don't suspect one of us?" Thomas Hartwell said, his voice carrying a note of indignation. "We're all respected scholars. The idea that any of us would steal from Professor Morrison's collection is simply preposterous." Holmes regarded him with that calm, measuring look that I had seen him use countless times when evaluating potential suspects. "Mr. Hartwell, I suspect everyone and no one until the evidence tells me otherwise. The simple facts are these. The cipher was secure in its locked case last night, and it has vanished this morning. Either someone with access to this boat has taken it, or we're dealing with circumstances that defy normal explanation." Dr. Ashford had grown increasingly agitated during this exchange, and I noticed her hands moving restlessly, smoothing her skirts and adjusting her hair with nervous energy that seemed quite unlike her usual composed manner. "There must be some explanation," she said. "Perhaps the document simply fell out of its case, or became displaced somehow." "The case was locked, Margaret," Professor Morrison reminded her, his voice now carrying a sharp edge of suspicion that had not been present in their earlier interactions. "You know as well as I do that those manuscript cases are designed specifically to prevent any possibility of documents becoming displaced." Timothy Blackwood looked up from the table where he had been sitting in apparent despair. "What if someone has a duplicate key?" he suggested quietly. "I mean, if someone were planning to steal the cipher, they would need to have prepared access to the storage cases." The suggestion seemed to strike Professor Morrison with the force of revelation. "Good God," he whispered, "I never considered. But who would have had the opportunity to make duplicate keys?" Holmes had been listening to this exchange with growing interest, and I could see that familiar look in his eyes that indicated pieces of a puzzle beginning to arrange themselves into patterns. "An excellent question, Professor Morrison. Who has had access to your keys during the preparation for this journey?" The question hung in the air like an accusation, and I watched as each of our companions seemed to consider the implications. The scholarly fellowship that had characterized our first 2 days aboard the narrow boat was rapidly dissolving into an atmosphere of mutual suspicion and barely concealed accusations. "I keep my keys with me at all times," Morrison said slowly, his hand moving instinctively to the pocket where I had noticed he carried his leather key case. "But during the packing and preparation phase, several people necessarily had access to the storage area while the cases were being arranged and secured." Dr. Ashford's face had grown even paler during this discussion, and I noticed she kept glancing toward Timothy Blackwood as if seeking some form of reassurance or support. The young research assistant, however, seemed lost in his own thoughts and appeared unaware of her attention. Thomas Hartwell had returned from his consultation with Captain Davies, and his manner suggested growing impatience with the entire situation. "Look here," he said, "this is all very unfortunate, but standing around making accusations won't recover the missing document. Shouldn't we be organizing a proper search of the boat? Perhaps the cipher has simply been mislaid somehow." Holmes nodded approvingly. "An excellent suggestion, Mr. Hartwell. I propose we conduct a systematic search of the entire vessel, with everyone participating. That way, no one can be accused of having concealed anything, and if the document has indeed been simply mislaid, we should discover it quickly." The idea of a comprehensive search seemed to increase the tension among our party rather than relieve it. I noticed Timothy Blackwood's face had grown even more pale at the suggestion. While Doctor. Ashford seemed to be struggling with some internal conflict that she was not prepared to share. Mrs. Davies, who had been listening to our discussion with growing concern, stepped forward with the practical wisdom that seemed to characterize all her contributions to our floating community. "If you're going to search the boat proper," she said, "you'll need to do it systematic-like. These narrow boats may look small, but there's more hiding places than you'd think, especially if someone was determined to conceal something." Holmes's eyes lit with appreciation for this practical insight. "Mrs. Davies, your knowledge of the boat's layout could prove invaluable. Perhaps you could assist us in ensuring that we don't overlook any possible hiding places." As we began to organize our search, I found myself observing the reactions of our companions with the analytical eye that years of partnership with Holmes had developed in me. Each person's response to the idea of a systematic search seemed to reveal something about their state of mind and their relationship to our missing cipher. Professor Morrison appeared genuinely eager to begin the search, as if the activity itself might provide some relief from the helpless anxiety that had marked his demeanor since discovering the theft. His scholarly mind seemed to appreciate the methodical approach, and he began immediately suggesting areas that should receive particular attention. Dr. Ashford, by contrast, seemed increasingly uncomfortable with the proposed search. She kept glancing around the narrow confines of our salon, as if seeking some escape from the situation, and her usual confident manner had been replaced by nervous energy that seemed barely contained. Timothy Blackwood had grown quieter and more withdrawn as the discussion progressed. His earlier suggestion about duplicate keys had seemed to exhaust his contribution to the problem, and he now sat in apparent dejection, occasionally glancing up at the rest of us, with an expression I found difficult to interpret. Thomas Hartwell had thrown himself into the organization of the search with the kind of systematic approach one would expect from an experienced archaeologist. His professional experience with careful examination of confined spaces was clearly serving him well, and he had already begun suggesting a logical progression through the boat's various compartments. Holmes, meanwhile, had positioned himself where he could observe both our preparations and our reactions to them. I could see his mind working to analyze not just the physical evidence of the missing cipher, but the human dynamics that were revealing themselves under the pressure of our crisis. "Before we begin our search," Holmes announced, "I think it would be helpful if each of you could account for your movements during the night, not as accusations, but simply to establish a timeline that might help us understand when and how the theft could have occurred." The request created another moment of uncomfortable silence. The idea of providing alibis transformed our scholarly expedition definitively into a criminal investigation, with all the uncomfortable implications that such a transformation entailed. Professor Morrison cleared his throat nervously. "I retired to my cabin immediately after our evening discussion, perhaps 9:30 or 10 o'clock. I read for a short while before sleeping, and I'm certain I heard no unusual sounds during the night." Dr. Ashford hesitated before responding. "I also retired early, but I confess I didn't sleep well." "The confined quarters, you understand. I may have been awake for periods during the night, but I saw nothing suspicious. Timothy Blackwood looked up from the table with an expression of barely controlled anxiety. I was in my cabin throughout the night. But these walls are so thin. Surely, if someone had been moving about, we would have heard them. Thomas Hartwell nodded agreement. Precisely my thought. I'm normally a light sleeper, and I heard nothing unusual. Though I suppose someone sufficiently careful might have moved about without creating enough disturbance to wake the rest of us. Holmes had been listening to these accounts with his characteristic attention to detail, and I could see him filing away not just the information provided, but the manner in which each person had chosen to present their alibi. Mrs. Davies, who had been following our discussion with growing concern, stepped forward again. "Begging your pardon," she said, "but if someone had been moving about the boat during the night, my husband and I would likely have noticed. Our cabin is positioned where we can hear most everything that happens aboard, and I'm certain we heard nothing out of the ordinary." This information seemed to deepen rather than resolve our mystery. If the theft had occurred during the night, as seemed most logical, how had the thief managed to access the locked storage case and remove the cipher without creating any sound that would alert other passengers in such confined quarters? Holmes stood quietly for a moment, his sharp eyes moving systematically around our little gathering, and I could almost see his mind sorting through the possibilities and contradictions that our situation presented. When he finally spoke, his voice carried the calm authority that I had learned to associate with significant developments in his investigations. "I think," he said carefully, "that our search will prove quite instructive. But before we begin, I would like to make one observation. Whoever took the Thurston cipher possessed not only access to the storage case, but also detailed knowledge of its contents and significance. This was not a random theft committed by someone hoping to find something valuable. This was a carefully planned operation, targeting a specific document for specific reasons. The implication of Holmes's observation settled over our little gathering like a cold fog. If he was correct, and I had rarely known him to be wrong about such matters, then our thief was not only someone with physical access to our boat, but someone with scholarly knowledge sufficient to recognize the particular value of the Thurston cipher among all the precious documents in Professor Morrison's collection. In other words, the thief was almost certainly one of us. The systematic search of our narrow boat began with the kind of methodical precision that I had come to associate with Holmes's most challenging investigations. Yet, there was something uniquely unsettling about conducting such an examination within the confines of our floating sanctuary, where every corner searched represented an invasion of someone's temporary privacy, and every hiding place discovered seemed to cast deeper shadows of suspicion over our scholarly community. Holmes had arranged for us to work in pairs, with himself supervising the overall process while ensuring that no area of the boat remained unexamined. The psychological effect of this arrangement was immediately apparent. By pairing potential suspects together, he created situations where each person was simultaneously searcher and observed, investigator and potential criminal. It was a masterful piece of human chess that revealed as much about our companions' characters as it did about the physical spaces we examined. I found myself paired with Thomas Hartwell for the examination of the sleeping quarters. and I was impressed by the archaeological precision he brought to the task. His trained eye for detecting disturbances in apparently undisturbed spaces proved invaluable as we carefully examined each narrow cabin, though I noticed he seemed particularly thorough when examining areas that belonged to our younger companions. "Look here, Watson," Hartwell said as we worked through Timothy Blackwood's small cabin. "See how these personal effects are arranged. Everything is positioned with almost mathematical precision. Clothes folded exactly. Toiletries arranged by size and function. This is either the work of someone with obsessive tendencies, or someone who wanted to ensure that any disturbance would be immediately apparent." I studied the cabin with my medical eye, noting the same details that had caught Hartwell's attention. "Or," I suggested, "someone who has been trained in institutional living, military service, boarding school, that sort of systematic approach to limited personal space." We found nothing suspicious in Timothy's cabin, but the examination had revealed aspects of his character that seemed at odds with the nervous, somewhat scattered young man we had observed during the morning's crisis. The methodical organization of his personal space suggested a mind capable of careful planning and precise execution, qualities that might prove relevant to our investigation. Dr. Ashford's cabin presented a striking contrast. While equally neat, her possessions were arranged with an aesthetic sense that spoke of someone accustomed to creating beauty, even in confined circumstances. Her few pieces of jewelry were displayed like tiny artworks. Her clothing hung with attention to color harmony, and her small collection of books was arranged in a way that created visual as well as functional appeal. But as Hartwell and I examined her space more carefully, we began to notice subtle signs of recent disturbance. A book slightly out of alignment with its neighbours, a hairbrush positioned differently than the pattern suggested it should be, a small stack of papers that showed signs of having been handled and restacked during the night. "Someone has been through this cabin recently," Hartwell observed quietly. "Either Dr. Ashford herself was searching for something during the night, or someone else conducted a very careful examination of her possessions." The implications of this discovery sent a chill through me that had nothing to do with the morning air on the canal. If someone had been searching Dr. Ashford's cabin during the night, it suggested a level of premeditation and calculated risk-taking that made our situation far more serious than a simple theft might have warranted. Meanwhile, Holmes and Professor Morrison were conducting their examination of the manuscript storage area with the kind of intense focus that I had learned to associate with my friend's most significant discoveries. Through the thin walls of the narrow boat, I could hear their quiet conversation as they analyzed every aspect of the storage system, from the lock mechanisms to the environmental controls. "The case itself shows no signs of forced entry," I heard Holmes observe. "The lock mechanism is intact, the hinges undamaged. Whoever opened this case either possessed a key or has skills with locks that approach the professional level." Professor Morrison's response carried a note of growing bewilderment. "But I keep the only keys with me at all times. Even during the preparation phase, I never allowed the keys out of my direct control for more than a few minutes." Dr. Ashford and Timothy Blackwood had been assigned to search the galley and common areas, and I could hear their voices engaged in what seemed to be an increasingly tense conversation. The strain of our situation was clearly affecting the dynamic between them, and their previous easy collaboration had been replaced by careful politeness that suggested underlying suspicion. "Margaret," I heard Timothy say quietly, "surely you don't believe that one of us actually stole the cipher? We're scholars, not criminals. There must be some other explanation." Dr. Ashford's response was barely audible, but the tone suggested frustration and anxiety. "Timothy, I don't know what to believe anymore. All I know is that a priceless document has vanished, and the evidence suggests it had to be taken by someone aboard this boat." As Hartwell and I completed our examination of the sleeping quarters and moved on to search the deck areas, I found myself reflecting on how quickly our peaceful scholarly expedition had transformed into something resembling a criminal investigation. The intimate atmosphere that had characterized our first 2 days of travel had been replaced by an undercurrent of suspicion that seemed to poison every interaction. Captain Davies had moored our boat in a position that allowed for systematic examination of the surrounding area, and Holmes had taken advantage of this to conduct what he called an environmental analysis of our situation. I watched him move along the towpath beside our boat, his sharp eyes taking in every detail of the canal bank, the nearby locks, and the other vessels that shared our section of waterway. "Watson," he called softly, "could you join me for a moment?" I left Hartwell to continue his examination of the deck storage areas, and made my way to where Holmes stood, studying the ground beside our mooring point. His expression was one of intense concentration, and I could see he had discovered something significant. "Observe the towpath here," he said, pointing to an area of soft earth beside the canal. "What do you make of these impressions?" I knelt beside him and studied the ground with the careful attention that years of partnership taught me to apply to his observations. The earth showed clear signs of recent disturbance, footprints that seemed too fresh for normal towpath traffic, and what appeared to be marks left by some kind of rope or cord. Someone was here during the night, I concluded, and they appear to have been handling rope or line of some kind. Holmes nodded approvingly. "Precisely. And note the pattern of the footprints. They move from this point directly toward our boat, then return along the same path. Someone approached the Minerva from the towpath during the night, spent some time beside the hull, then departed by the same route." The implications of this discovery were immediately apparent. If someone had approached our boat from the towpath during the night, it opened up possibilities for the theft that had nothing to do with our scholarly companions aboard the narrow boat. "Could an outsider have gained access to the cipher?" I asked, though even as I spoke, I realized the practical difficulties such a theory would face. Holmes stood and brushed the earth from his hands, his expression thoughtful, but not entirely convinced by the external theft theory. "Possible, Watson, but consider the practical challenges. An outside thief would need not only physical access to the boat, but also knowledge of which specific document to target, familiarity with the storage system, and the means to open a locked case without leaving evidence of forced entry." As we returned to the boat, I noticed that the search conducted by our various pairs had reached completion, and our companions were gathering in the main salon with expressions that suggested the systematic examination had raised more questions than it had answered. Dr. Ashford looked particularly distressed, and I wondered if she had discovered evidence of the nighttime search of her cabin that Hartwell and I had observed. Timothy Blackwood seemed even more withdrawn than before, his usual precise manner replaced by an air of barely controlled anxiety that was becoming increasingly difficult to ignore. Professor Morrison appeared exhausted by the morning's activities, and the strain of having his precious collection violated was clearly taking a considerable toll on his scholarly composure. He slumped in one of the narrow benches with the kind of defeated posture that suggested a man whose faith in human nature had been severely shaken. Thomas Hartwell, by contrast, seemed energized by the investigative process. His archaeological training had clearly prepared him for systematic analysis of evidence, and he carried himself with the confidence of someone who believed methodical examination would eventually reveal the truth. Holmes positioned himself at the center of our gathering, his keen eyes moving from face to face as he prepared to share his preliminary conclusions. "Ladies and gentlemen," he began, "our search has revealed several significant facts that I believe will prove crucial to understanding what occurred during the night." The salon fell silent, except for the gentle lapping of water against our hull, and the distant sounds of canal life continuing around us. Everyone seemed to lean forward slightly, as if proximity to Holmes might somehow provide access to the brilliant deductive processes that had made his reputation. "First," Holmes continued, "we have established that the theft was conducted with considerable skill and planning. The lock mechanism shows no signs of forced entry, which suggests either a duplicate key or professional lock-picking abilities. Second, the thief possessed detailed knowledge of the collection's contents and specifically targeted the Thurston cipher rather than documents that might have been more accessible or obviously valuable." Timothy Blackwood shifted uncomfortably at these observations, and I noticed his hands clench slightly as Holmes spoke. Dr. Ashford, meanwhile, seemed to be studying her companion's reactions with the same intensity that Holmes was bringing to his analysis. "Third," Holmes said, his voice carrying the calm authority that I had learned to associate with significant revelations, "we have evidence that suggests the possibility of collaboration between someone aboard this boat and an external party. The footprints on the towpath indicate that our vessel was approached from outside during the night. This suggestion created an immediate stir among our gathering. The idea that the theft might have involved external collaboration seemed to offer hope that none of our scholarly companions was solely responsible for the crime, while simultaneously raising disturbing questions about the level of planning and coordination the theft had required." Professor Morrison looked up with something approaching hope in his exhausted expression. "You mean the cipher might have been taken by someone who isn't one of us? That we might not be dealing with betrayal from within our own party?" Holmes held up a cautioning hand. "I mean only that we must consider all possibilities suggested by the evidence, Professor Morrison. The external approach to our boat is a fact. Whether it represents the primary method of theft or merely one component of a more complex operation remains to be determined." Dr. Ashford spoke for the first time since we had reconvened. "Mr. Holmes, if someone did approach from outside, how would they have known which document to target? And how would they have gained access to locked storage cases?" The question struck to the heart of our investigation's central puzzle, and Holmes's response revealed the direction his analytical mind was taking. Dr. Ashford, those are precisely the questions that suggest this theft was not the work of a random criminal, but rather a carefully planned operation that required inside knowledge and assistance. The phrase inside assistance seemed to echo through our small salon like an accusation, and I watched as each of our companions absorbed its implications. If Holmes was correct, someone aboard our boat had provided information or assistance to facilitate the theft, even if they had not physically removed the cipher themselves. Timothy Blackwood finally broke the tense silence that followed Holmes's observation. "What you're suggesting," he said quietly, "is that one of us is guilty of conspiring to steal the cipher, even if we didn't actually take it ourselves." Holmes regarded the young research assistant with his characteristic measuring look. "Mr. Blackwood, I am suggesting that we must follow the evidence wherever it leads, regardless of how uncomfortable the destination might prove to be." Thomas Hartwell leaned forward, with the kind of professional interest that his archaeological background seemed to bring to complex puzzles. "Holmes, you mentioned that the theft required detailed knowledge of the collection. What specific knowledge would the thief have needed?" "An excellent question," Holmes replied approvingly. "The thief would need to know not only the physical location of the Thurston cipher within the storage system, but also its particular significance among the various documents in Professor Morrison's collection. They would need to understand which case contained the cipher, how to open that case without leaving evidence of forced entry, and how to remove the document without disturbing other materials that might have served as early warning of the theft." Professor Morrison nodded slowly as he absorbed these requirements. That level of detailed knowledge will be possessed by very few people. Dr. Ashford and Timothy certainly, as they've been involved in cataloguing and organizing the collection. Mr. Hartwell has examined the documents during our journey. And of course, I myself possess complete knowledge of the collection's organization. The professor's analysis had the unintended effect of creating a list of potential suspects that included everyone aboard our boat who had scholarly interest in the manuscripts. It was a sobering reminder of how our floating community had become a closed circle of mutual suspicion. Mrs. Davies, who had been listening to our discussion with growing concern, stepped forward with the practical wisdom that seemed to characterize her contributions to our crisis. "Begging your pardon," she said, "but if someone did approach the boat from the towpath during the night, wouldn't they have needed to know exactly when and where to make their approach? I mean, they'd have to be certain everyone was asleep, and they'd have to know the layout of the boat well enough to find what they were looking for in the dark." Holmes's eyes lit with appreciation for this insight. "Mrs. Davies, you've identified a crucial element of the planning this theft would have required. The external approach suggests coordination with someone aboard who could provide information about sleeping schedules, boat layout, and the exact location of the target document. As the morning wore on, and Holmes continued his methodical analysis of the evidence we had gathered, I found myself studying our companions with the kind of diagnostic attention that my medical training had developed in me. Each person's response to the investigation was revealing aspects of their character and mental state that had been hidden during our peaceful first 2 days of travel. Dr. Ashford, in particular, seemed to be struggling with internal conflicts that she was not prepared to share. Her usual professional confidence had been replaced by nervous energy and frequent glances toward the other members of our party. There was something in her manner that suggested she possessed information relevant to our investigation, but was reluctant to reveal it. Timothy Blackwood had grown increasingly withdrawn as Holmes's analysis progressed. His earlier suggestions about duplicate keys and external thieves had given way to silent observation of the investigative process, and I noticed he seemed particularly attentive whenever Holmes mentioned the level of inside knowledge the theft had required. Thomas Hartwell maintained his archaeologist's professional interest in the investigation, but I detected subtle signs of tension in his manner that suggested the implications of Holmes's analysis were troubling him more than he was prepared to admit. His questions remained intelligent and relevant, but there was a quality of careful calculation in his responses that had not been present in his earlier, more spontaneous contributions. Professor Morrison seemed torn between hope that the external evidence might exonerate his scholarly companions and despair at the growing complexity of the crime against his precious collection. His exhaustion was clearly deepening as the investigation progressed, and I began to worry about the effect this crisis was having on his health. Holmes, meanwhile, continued his systematic analysis with the kind of relentless precision that I had learned to associate with his most challenging cases. But I could see that even his brilliant deductive abilities were being tested by the confined circumstances of our investigation and the limited pool of potential suspects and witnesses. As the afternoon approached and our investigation continued, it became increasingly apparent that the theft of the Thurston cipher represented far more than simple larceny. The level of planning, knowledge, and coordination it had required suggested a criminal enterprise of considerable sophistication, one that had transformed our peaceful scholarly expedition into a floating puzzle box, where every person was simultaneously investigator, suspect, and potential victim. And at the center of it all was Holmes, applying his legendary analytical skills to a mystery that seemed designed to challenge every aspect of his investigative methodology. As the afternoon sun cast long shadows across the peaceful waters of the Canal, Holmes retreated to a position near the stern of our narrow boat, where he could observe both our scholarly companions and the evidence we had gathered throughout our investigation. I recognized the signs immediately: the slightly distant expression, the occasional sharp glance at seemingly insignificant details, the way his fingers moved in small, precise gestures as if he were arranging invisible pieces of a complex puzzle. My friend was entering that state of intense mental concentration that preceded his most brilliant deductive leaps. I positioned myself nearby, knowing from long experience that these moments of synthesis often produced insights that would transform our understanding of the case entirely. Our companions, meanwhile, had arranged themselves around the main salon in attitudes that revealed their various states of mind. Professor Morrison slumped in exhausted worry. Dr. Ashford perched nervously on the edge of her seat, Timothy Blackwood staring out at the water with apparent dejection, and Thomas Hartwell maintaining the alert posture of someone prepared for significant developments. Watson, Holmes said quietly, breaking the contemplative silence that had settled over our floating community. "I believe I begin to see the shape of what occurred during the night, though the complete picture remains frustratingly elusive." He moved toward the center of our gathering with that fluid grace that always marked his transition from observation to action. "Ladies and gentlemen," he announced, "I should like to share with you the conclusions that our investigation has thus far revealed, as well as certain questions that remain to be answered." The immediate attention of our entire party focused on Holmes, with an intensity that seemed to charge the air around our narrow salon. Even Mrs. Davies, who had been quietly attending to her domestic duties, paused in her work to listen to what promised to be significant revelations. "First," Holmes began, "let us establish what we know with certainty. The Thurston cipher was removed from its locked case sometime during the night by someone who possessed either a duplicate key or considerable skill with lock mechanisms. The theft was conducted without creating sufficient disturbance to wake any of the boat's occupants, which suggests either exceptional stealth or familiarity with our sleeping arrangements." Timothy Blackwood looked up from his contemplation of the canal waters, his young face showing signs of the strain our investigation had placed on him. But how is such stealth possible in quarters as confined as these? Surely any movement significant enough to access the storage area would create some sound. Holmes regarded him with that measuring look I had learned to associate with particularly significant observations. "An excellent question, Mr. Blackwood. The answer, I believe, lies in understanding not just how the theft was committed, but when it occurred." Dr. Ashford leaned forward with evident interest, though I noticed her hands trembled slightly. She clasped them together. "What do you mean, when it occurred?" "Surely the cipher was taken during the night. That's when we were all supposedly asleep." "Ah," Holmes said, his eyes lighting with that particular satisfaction that came when he'd identified a crucial misconception. "But that assumption may be precisely what our thief was counting on us to believe." The implications of this suggestion seemed to strike our scholarly party with considerable force. Professor Morrison straightened in his seat, his exhaustion momentarily replaced by sharp attention. "Are you suggesting the cipher wasn't taken during the night at all?" Holmes moved to the narrow window that looked out over the canal, his sharp eyes taking in the peaceful scene of English countryside that surrounded our mooring. "Consider the evidence, Professor Morrison. You discovered the empty case during your morning inspection of the collection. But when was the last time you actually verified that the cipher was in its case?" The professor's face went pale as he absorbed the implications of the question. I checked the cases the previous evening, but I didn't open each individual container. I simply verified that all were locked and secure. The last time I actually saw the Thurston cipher itself was..." He paused, his scholarly mind working to reconstruct the timeline. "It was during our discussion of the collection on our second day. Dr. Ashford and I showed it to Mr. Hartwell, and Mr. Blackwood Holmes nodded approvingly. Precisely. Which means the cipher could have been removed at any point after that demonstration, not necessarily during the night preceding your discovery of its absence." Thomas Hartwell, who'd been listening with the careful attention of someone analyzing archaeological evidence, spoke up with obvious interest. That would expand the window of opportunity considerably. Instead of the theft occurring during a few nighttime hours, it might have happened at any point during the previous day or evening. Indeed, Holmes agreed. And it would also explain how the thief managed to avoid creating disturbances that would wake other passengers. If the theft occurred during daylight hours or early evening, when people were naturally moving about the boat, any sounds associated with accessing the storage area would have seemed perfectly normal. Dr. Ashford had grown increasingly agitated during this discussion, and I noticed she kept glancing toward Timothy Blackwood as if seeking some form of reassurance or shared understanding. "But that would mean," she said slowly, "that someone was walking among us, participating in our conversations and activities, while already having committed the theft." The psychological impact of this realization was immediately apparent. The idea that one of our scholarly companions had spent hours in normal social interaction while concealing their crime seemed to violate fundamental assumptions about civilized behavior. Timothy Blackwood's reaction was particularly striking. His face had gone ashen, and his hands showed visible tremors as he gripped the edge of the narrow table. That's a horrible thought," he whispered. "To think that someone could sit here discussing manuscripts and scholarly work while having already stolen the most precious document in the collection." Holmes observed these reactions with his characteristic intensity, and I could see his analytical mind cataloguing every gesture, every expression, every word. "Mr. Blackwood," he said carefully, "you seem particularly distressed by the psychological implications of the crime. Might I ask why this aspect troubles you more than the simple fact of the theft itself?" The young research assistant looked up with an expression of such genuine anguish that I felt my medical instincts responding to what appeared to be authentic emotional distress. "Because it means the thief isn't just a criminal. There's someone who could maintain a facade of friendship and scholarly collaboration while betraying the trust of everyone aboard this boat." Professor Morrison had been following this exchange with growing comprehension, and suddenly he straightened with an expression of dawning realization. "Good God," he said quietly. "If the theft occurred during our second day, during daylight hours, then the person responsible has been observing our investigation, listening to our theories, perhaps even participating in the search for the very document they had already stolen." The salon fell silent as the full implications of this possibility settled over our little community. The idea that the thief had been present throughout our investigation, possibly even contributing to our analysis while secretly knowing the truth, seemed to transform our scholarly expedition into something approaching psychological torture. Holmes, meanwhile, had been observing these reactions with growing satisfaction, as if our companion's responses were confirming theories he had already formed. "Professor Morrison," he said, "you've identified precisely the issue that makes this case so particularly fascinating from a criminal psychology perspective." Thomas Hartwell had been studying the layout of our narrow boat with the systematic approach that his archaeological training had developed in him. "Holmes," he said thoughtfully, "if the cipher was taken during daylight hours, wouldn't the thief have needed some method of concealing it until they could transfer it to an external accomplice? I mean, these quarters are so confined that hiding a document for any extended period would be quite challenging. Holmes's eyes lit with appreciation for this practical observation. An excellent deduction, Mr. Hartwell. Indeed, the logistics of concealing a stolen document aboard such a confined vessel would present considerable challenges. Which brings us to another crucial element of our investigation. He moved toward the storage area where the manuscript collection was housed, his attention focused on details that had apparently taken on new significance in light of his developing theories. "Dr. Ashford," he called, "perhaps you could assist me in examining the organization of the remaining collection." Dr. Ashford rose from her seat with obvious reluctance, her professional composure clearly strained by the psychological pressure of our investigation. As she joined Holmes near the manuscript cases, I noticed her movements seemed less confident than they had during our earlier scholarly discussions. "Tell me," Holmes said as they stood among the precious documents, "during your cataloguing work, did you notice any peculiarities in how the Thurston Cipher case was positioned relative to the other documents?" Dr. Ashford studied the arrangement with the trained eye of a manuscript specialist, but something in her manner suggested she was struggling with information she was reluctant to reveal. The Cipher case was, well, it was positioned where it would be easily accessible without disturbing other documents. Almost as if. She paused, seeming to realize the implications of what she was about to say. "As if someone had arranged it specifically for easy removal," Holmes prompted gently. The suggestion seemed to strike Dr. Ashford with considerable force. She sank into the nearest available seat, her face pale and her hands visibly shaking. "Oh, God," she whispered. I think I may know what happened to the cipher." The salon fell completely silent except for the gentle lapping of water against our hull. Every person present seemed to lean forward, as if proximity might somehow provide access to the revelation that Dr. Ashford seemed prepared to share. Holmes positioned himself where he could observe both Dr. Ashford and our other companions as she prepared to speak. "Dr. Ashford," he said with gentle encouragement, "whatever you know about the cipher's disappearance, I believe it would be helpful if you shared it with us." She looked up with an expression of such genuine distress that I found myself moved by her obvious internal struggle. I never intended. Oh, this is so much more complicated than anyone realizes. Timothy Blackwood had been watching Dr. Ashford with growing alarm, and something in his expression suggested he suspected what she might be about to reveal. "Margaret," he said quietly, "perhaps you should consider carefully before saying anything more." The suggestion seemed to galvanize rather than calm Dr. Ashford. She straightened in her seat with sudden determination, as if Timothy's caution had helped her reach some crucial decision. "No," she said firmly, "I can't continue with this deception. Mr. Holmes, the truth is that the Thurston cipher wasn't stolen by some external thief with an inside accomplice." Holmes nodded encouragingly, though I could see he was prepared for revelations that might prove uncomfortable for everyone present. "Please continue, Dr. Ashford." She took a deep breath, gathering her scholarly composure around her like protective armor. "The cipher wasn't stolen at all. It was borrowed by someone who believed they could decode it and return it before anyone discovered it was missing. The impact of this revelation was immediate and dramatic. Professor Morrison rose from his seat with an expression of dawning understanding, while Thomas Hartwell leaned back as if physically struck by the implications. Timothy Blackwood, meanwhile, had buried his face in his hands in what appeared to be an attitude of complete despair. Holmes, alone among our party, seemed unsurprised by Dr. Ashford's confession. And this borrowing, he said calmly, was undertaken by whom? Dr. Ashford glanced around our small gathering, her eyes finally settling on Timothy Blackwood with an expression of profound sympathy. By someone who had worked for years on medieval ciphers, who believed he had developed techniques that might finally unlock Brother Benedict's secret, and who couldn't resist the opportunity to test his theories on the most famous unsolved cipher in existence. Timothy Blackwood looked up from his hands with an expression of such anguish that I felt compelled to move closer to him, my medical training responding to what appeared to be genuine psychological distress. "Margaret," he said quietly, "I never meant for it to become this complicated. I thought I could solve it in a few hours and return it before anyone noticed." Professor Morrison stared at his research assistant with an expression that combined betrayal, disappointment, and a curious kind of scholarly pride. "Timothy," he said slowly, "are you telling us that you took the Thurston cipher to attempt your own decoding?" The young man nodded miserably. "I've been working on cipher theory for 3 years, developing new approaches to medieval cryptographic systems. When I saw the Thurston cipher during our collection demonstration, I recognized patterns that matched techniques I'd been studying. I thought if I could just examine it privately for a few hours, I might be able to crack the code that has puzzled scholars for centuries." Holmes had been listening to this confession with the kind of intense attention that suggested he was analyzing not just the information being revealed, but the manner in which it was being presented. "Mr. Blackwood," he said carefully, "where is the cipher now?" Timothy looked up with an expression of complete desperation. "That's just it, Mr. Holmes. I don't have it anymore. After I took it from the case, I spent the entire night trying to decode it. But this morning, when I went to return it before Professor Morrison's inspection..." He paused, struggling with the admission he was about to make. It was gone. Someone had taken it from my cabin while I was sleeping. Timothy Blackwood's confession that the cipher had been stolen from him while he slept created a moment of stunned silence in our narrow salon. The revelation that our investigation had been pursuing the wrong crime entirely, that we had been searching for a thief when the real criminal had stolen from another thief, seemed to transform the very nature of our mystery. I watched as each of our companions absorbed this information, their expressions revealing the complex mixture of relief and renewed anxiety that comes with discovering that familiar assumptions have been completely overturned. Holmes, however, showed no surprise at this development. Indeed, his expression suggested that Timothy's confession had merely confirmed theories he had already formed through his methodical analysis of the evidence we had gathered. He moved to the center of our gathering with that calm authority I had learned to associate with the moments when his brilliant deductive abilities were about to illuminate the darkest corners of a seemingly impenetrable mystery. "Mr. Blackwood," he said gently, "I believe your confession explains several elements of our investigation that had previously seemed contradictory. The the careful organization of your personal effects, for instance. The work of someone who wanted to ensure that any disturbance would be immediately apparent, and your particular distress at the psychological implications of the crime, the natural reaction of someone who had committed a lesser offence and was horrified to discover it had been eclipsed by a greater one. Timothy looked up with an expression of grateful acknowledgement, though his face still showed the strain of his ordeal. "You knew, didn't you? From the beginning, you suspected that something more complex was happening than a simple theft." Holmes inclined his head modestly. "I suspected that the evidence was suggesting a more complicated scenario than initially appeared. Your behavior, while consistent with guilt, seemed more aligned with someone concealing a secret rather than someone who had committed a serious crime. And Dr. Ashford's obvious knowledge of information she was reluctant to share suggested a level of complicity that seemed inconsistent with her character as I had observed it." Dr. Ashford had been listening to this exchange with obvious relief at having her own burden of secret knowledge finally revealed. But now she leaned forward with renewed concern. "Mr. Holmes, if Timothy took the cipher to decode it, but someone else stole it from him, then we're back to the same questions we started with. Who aboard this boat would have known that Timothy had the cipher, and how did they gain access to his cabin without waking him?" Holmes's eyes lit with the particular satisfaction that came when crucial questions led directly to the heart of his solution. "Dr. Ashford, you've identified precisely the key to understanding what occurred during that night. But to answer your questions, we must first examine certain assumptions that have guided our investigation." He moved toward the narrow window that looked out over the canal, his attention seeming to focus on details of the peaceful countryside that surrounded our mooring. "Throughout our investigation, we have assumed that the cipher remains aboard this boat, either hidden in some location we have not yet discovered or concealed on the person of one of our companions. But what if that assumption is incorrect?" Professor Morrison straightened with sudden comprehension. "You mean the cipher may have already been removed from the boat entirely? That it's no longer in our immediate vicinity?" "Precisely, Professor Morrison. And if that is the case, then the footprints we discovered on the towpath take on an entirely different significance. Rather than evidence of an external thief approaching the boat, they may represent the departure of someone who had successfully obtained the cipher and was transferring it to a confederate waiting on shore." Thomas Hartwell had been following this analysis with the careful attention of someone trained in reconstructing complex sequences of events from fragmentary evidence. "But Holmes," he said thoughtfully, "if someone aboard the boat discovered that Timothy had taken the cipher and then stole it from him to transfer to an outside accomplice, wouldn't that suggest a level of premeditation and coordination that goes far beyond opportunistic theft?" Holmes turned from the window with an expression of complete satisfaction. "Mr. Hartwell, you've identified exactly the issue that transforms this case from a simple matter of academic dishonesty into something far more serious. We are dealing with a carefully planned operation designed to obtain the Thurston cipher for purposes that have nothing to do with scholarly research." The implications of this statement seem to strike our little community with considerable force. Dr. Ashford went pale as she absorbed the suggestion that someone aboard our boat had been operating under false pretenses from the beginning of our journey. Timothy Blackwood looked up with an expression of dawning horror as he realized his own unauthorized borrowing had played directly into the hands of a more serious criminal. "But who?" Professor Morrison asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Who among us has been planning this deception?" Holmes moved back to the center of our salon, his keen eyes taking in the expressions and postures of each person present. "To answer that question, Professor Morrison, we must examine not just who had the opportunity to take the cipher from Mr. Blackwood's cabin, but who possessed the knowledge and connections necessary to arrange for its immediate transfer off the boat." He paused for a moment, allowing the tension in our narrow space to build as each person wondered whether they were about to be revealed as the object of his deductions. "The person we are seeking had to know that Mr. Blackwood had taken the cipher, which suggests they were either observing his movements closely or had some other source of information about his activities. They had to gain access to his cabin while he was sleeping, which suggests familiarity with the boat's layout and the habits of its occupants. And they had to have Confederates waiting at a predetermined location along the canal, which suggests planning that began long before our journey commenced. Dr. Ashford had been growing increasingly agitated as Holmes developed his analysis, and now she spoke with obvious anxiety. "Mr. Holmes, what you're describing sounds like a professional criminal operation. Surely you can't suspect one of us of being involved in anything so organized and deliberate." Holmes regarded her with that measuring look I had learned to associate with particularly significant observations. "Dr. Ashford, I suspect someone who has been playing a role throughout our entire journey. Someone whose scholarly credentials and apparent expertise concealed motivations that had nothing to do with academic research." Thomas Hartwell had been listening with growing comprehension, and suddenly he leaned forward with sharp attention. "Holmes, are you suggesting that one of our party isn't actually who they claim to be? That we've been traveling with someone operating under false identity or credentials?" "Not false credentials, Mr. Hartwell, but certainly false motivations. I am suggesting that someone aboard this boat has been using their legitimate scholarly background as cover for criminal activity." The accusation seemed to hang in the air of our narrow salon like a physical presence. Each of our companions looked around at the others with expressions that combined suspicion, fear, and dawning realization that their peaceful scholarly expedition had become something far more dangerous. Timothy Blackwood broke the tense silence that followed Holmes's statement. "But Mr. Holmes," he said quietly, "if someone has been planning to steal the cipher all along, why did they wait until I had taken it? Wouldn't it have been easier to steal it directly from the storage case?" Holmes smiled with obvious appreciation for the question. "An excellent observation, Mr. Blackwood. The answer reveals the particular cleverness of our criminal. By waiting until you'd removed the cipher from its case, they ensured that suspicion would initially fall on you, rather than on themselves. Your unauthorized borrowing provided perfect cover for their more serious crime." Dr. Ashford had grown increasingly pale during this discussion, and now she stood abruptly with an expression of obvious distress. I need some air," she said, moving toward the narrow door that led to the deck. This is all becoming too much for me. Holmes moved smoothly to position himself between Dr. Ashford and the exit. I'm afraid, Dr. Ashford, that I cannot allow anyone to leave the salon until our investigation is complete. Particularly not someone whose behavior has been as revealing as yours has been throughout our journey. The confrontation created an immediate tension that seemed to charge the air around us. Dr. Ashford stared at Holmes with an expression that combined desperation and calculation, while our other companions absorbed the implication that she had been identified as the focus of his suspicions. Mr. Holmes, she said, her voice carrying a note of indignation that seemed forced rather than natural. I don't understand what you're suggesting. I've cooperated fully with your investigation. I've shared everything I know about the cipher and its significance. Holmes regarded her with that calm, analytical expression that I had seen him use when confronting criminals who still hoped to maintain their deception. Dr. Ashford, you have indeed shared information about the cipher, but not about your relationship to the parties who have been seeking to obtain it through illegal means. The accusation struck her with visible force, and for a moment her scholarly composure cracked entirely. I don't know what you're talking about, she said, but her voice lacked conviction. Dr. Ashford, Holmes continued relentlessly, you are indeed a legitimate manuscript specialist with genuine academic credentials. But for the past 18 months, you have also been providing information to private collectors who are willing to pay substantial sums for access to rare documents before they reach public institutions. Professor Morrison stared at his colleague with an expression of complete bewilderment. Margaret, that can't be true. You're one of the most respected scholars in the field. Why would you compromise your academic integrity for money? Dr. Ashford's composure finally collapsed entirely, and she sank back into her seat with the kind of defeated posture that marked the end of a long deception. Because academic integrity doesn't pay my mother's medical bills, she said quietly. Because scholarly respect doesn't provide for aging parents who need expensive care. Because sometimes principle is a luxury that only those with financial security can afford. The confession revealed the human tragedy that lay beneath our criminal investigation, and I found myself moved by the obvious anguish in her voice despite the serious nature of her crimes. Holmes, characteristically, remained focused on the practical implications of her admission. Dr. Ashford, he said gently, where is the Thurston cipher now? She looked up with an expression of complete defeat. It was transferred to my contact at the lock we passed yesterday morning. A gentleman who presented himself as a fellow Canal enthusiast, but who was actually representing a private collector willing to pay £20,000 for exclusive access to the cipher before it reached the British Museum. The sum mentioned seemed to strike our scholarly party with considerable force. Professor Morrison's face went pale as he absorbed the monetary value that had been placed on his precious document, while Timothy Blackwood looked horrified at the realization that his innocent attempt at scholarly research had facilitated such a valuable theft. Thomas Hartwell leaned back in his seat with an expression of professional admiration for the complexity of the operation that had been revealed. That's quite an elaborate scheme, Doctor. Ashford, using Timothy's unauthorized borrowing as cover, timing the transfer to coincide with a predetermined location along our route, maintaining your role as innocent scholar throughout the investigation. It required considerable planning and nerve. Dr. Ashford nodded miserably. The plan was supposed to be simple. I was to gain access to the cipher during our journey and photograph it for my contact. Timothy's borrowing created an opportunity I hadn't anticipated, but it also provided perfect cover for my activities. While everyone assumed he was the thief, I was able to transfer the actual document without suspicion. Holmes had been listening to this explanation with obvious satisfaction at having his deductions confirmed. But now his expression grew serious. Dr. Ashford, I'm afraid the consequences of your actions extend far beyond the immediate theft. By compromising the security of Professor Morrison's collection, you may have put other precious documents at risk. And by betraying the trust of your scholarly colleagues, you have damaged relationships that took years to build. She looked around our small gathering with an expression of profound remorse. I know, she said quietly. I know what I've done is unforgivable. But I want you to understand that I never intended for it to become this complicated. I thought I could provide photographs and information without actually stealing anything. But when my contact demanded the original document, she trailed off, unable to complete the admission of how far her criminal involvement had extended. Professor Morrison had been absorbing these revelations with the kind of shocked comprehension that comes when fundamental assumptions about people and relationships are suddenly overturned. Margaret, he said sadly, if you had come to me about your mother's medical expenses, we could have found some way to help. There are funds, grants, assistance programs for scholars facing financial hardships. You didn't have to resort to criminal activity. Dr. Ashford's response revealed the complex mixture of pride, desperation, and poor judgment that had led to her downfall. I couldn't ask for help, Geoffrey. I couldn't admit that my scholarly success wasn't enough to provide for my family's needs. I thought I could handle the situation myself, quietly, without compromising my professional reputation or burdening my colleagues. As our investigation reached its conclusion, I found myself reflecting on how the confined quarters of our narrow boat had intensified not just the mystery we had encountered, but also the human drama that had driven it. In the space of a few days, scholarly fellowship had given way to criminal investigation, and trusted colleagues had been revealed as complex individuals struggling with pressures and temptations that had ultimately led to betrayal and theft. As I sit here in my study this evening, the flames in my fireplace casting the same dancing shadows that inspired me to record this tale, I find my thoughts returning not to the brilliant deductive work that Holmes displayed aboard our narrow boat, but to the quieter revelations about human nature that emerged in the hours following Dr. Ashford's confession. The remainder of our Canal journey, though brief, provided insights into forgiveness, redemption, and the complex web of circumstances that can drive even the most principled individuals toward desperate choices. The atmosphere aboard the Minerva following Holmes's revelation was unlike anything I had experienced in our years of partnership. The tension that had characterized our investigation dissolved. But what replaced it was something far more complex. A mixture of relief, disappointment, sympathy, and the uncomfortable recognition that we had all been participants in a drama none of us had fully understood until its conclusion. Dr. Margaret Ashford, no longer carrying the burden of deception, seemed paradoxically both diminished and somehow more substantial than she had appeared during our journey. The scholarly confidence that had marked her earlier contributions to our discussions was gone, replaced by a quiet dignity that spoke of someone who had finally stopped running from the consequences of her choices. "I want you all to understand," she said as we sat in our narrow salon, while the English countryside continued its peaceful progression past our windows, "that my involvement with these collectors began innocently enough. They approached me as legitimate researchers, offering payment for scholarly consultation on manuscript authentication. It was only gradually that I realized the documents they were asking about had been acquired through questionable means." Professor Morrison, who had been struggling visibly with conflicting emotions since her confession, leaned forward with the careful attention he might give to a damaged manuscript requiring delicate handling. "Margaret," he said gently, "how long has your mother required expensive medical care?" The question seemed to touch something deep in Dr. Ashford's composure, and for a moment the professional scholar disappeared entirely, replaced by a daughter carrying burdens she had never shared with her colleagues. 3 years, she said quietly. 3 years of treatments that insurance wouldn't cover, specialists who demanded payment in advance, experimental procedures that offered hope but cost more than my annual salary. I found myself thinking of my own medical practice, of the countless times I had witnessed families making impossible choices between financial security and the health of loved ones. From a purely human standpoint, Doctor, Ashford's situation was tragically comprehensible, even if her chosen solution was legally and professionally inexcusable. Timothy Blackwood, who had been listening with the intense attention of someone recognizing uncomfortable parallels in his own recent behavior, spoke with obvious sympathy. "Dr. Ashford, I understand the pressure of wanting something so badly that judgment becomes compromised. My own actions with the Cipher were driven by scholarly obsession, but I can imagine how much more powerful the motivation must be when someone you love is suffering." Holmes, who had been observing these exchanges with his characteristic attention to human psychology, stepped forward with a suggestion that surprised everyone present. "Dr. Ashford," he said with unusual gentleness, "while your actions were certainly criminal, your willingness to cooperate fully with authorities may provide opportunities to minimize the long-term consequences of your involvement." She looked up with the first expression of genuine hope I had seen from her since her confession. "What do you mean, Mr. Holmes?" "I mean that your detailed knowledge of this network of collectors and their methods could prove invaluable in recovering not only the Thurston Cipher, but potentially dozens of other stolen manuscripts that have been funneled through similar channels. Your cooperation could transform you from merely another criminal into a crucial witness in dismantling an entire organization." The possibility seemed to energize Dr. Ashford in a way that nothing else had since our investigation began. Her scholarly precision reasserted itself as she began mentally cataloguing the information she could provide. "Yes," she said, sitting straighter, "I can document everything. Names, meeting locations, payment methods, even descriptions of other manuscripts I was asked to authenticate. I kept careful records, thinking they might protect me if questions ever arose about my involvement. Thomas Hartwell, who had been following this development with obvious professional interest, nodded approvingly. "It's rather like archaeological documentation," he observed. "Sometimes the most valuable discoveries come from carefully recording the context surrounding an artifact, rather than focusing solely on the object itself." As our boat continued its measured progress toward London, I found myself impressed by the resilience of human relationships under stress. Despite the betrayal and deception that had characterized our journey, our little community seemed determined to find constructive ways forward rather than dwelling on recriminations and blame. Professor Morrison spent considerable time working with Dr. Ashford to document everything she could remember about her criminal associations, approaching the task with the same methodical attention he brought to cataloguing medieval manuscripts. His professional disappointment was evident, but so was his genuine concern for a colleague who had lost her way, under circumstances that were tragic rather than simply venal. Timothy Blackwood, relieved of the terrible fear that he might be suspected of serious criminal activity, proved remarkably generous in his attitude toward Dr. Ashford's deception. In a strange way, he confided to me during one of our quiet conversations, "I'm almost grateful that my foolish borrowing of the cipher created the opportunity for the real crime to be discovered and addressed." If Dr. Ashford had successfully photographed the document as originally planned, she might have remained trapped in this criminal network indefinitely. His observation revealed a maturity of perspective that belied his youth, and I found myself thinking that this difficult experience might ultimately prove valuable in developing the kind of judgment that would serve him well in his scholarly career. Holmes, characteristically, seemed most interested in analyzing the investigative techniques that had proven effective in our unusual circumstances. "Watson," he observed, as we stood together on the narrow deck, watching London's familiar landmarks come into view, "this case has provided fascinating insights into how physical constraints can both complicate and clarify criminal investigations." I nodded, though my own reflections were taking a somewhat different direction. "What struck me most forcefully, Holmes, was how quickly our assumptions about each other proved inadequate when subjected to real pressure. Dr. Ashford's scholarly reputation concealed desperate personal circumstances. Timothy's careful demeanour masked passionate intellectual curiosity that led to poor judgment. Even Mrs. Davies and Captain Davies, who seemed simply to be what they appeared, proved to have observations and insights that were crucial to understanding what had occurred. Holmes considered my observation with the kind of serious attention he typically reserved for complex logical problems. "An excellent point, Watson. Perhaps the most valuable lesson of this case is that human motivation is invariably more complex than surface appearances suggest, and that effective investigation requires not just analytical skill, but genuine empathy for the circumstances that drive people to act in ways that seem inconsistent with their apparent character." As we disembarked at our London destination, I was struck by how different our parting was from the farewells I had anticipated when we first embarked on what seemed a peaceful, scholarly expedition. Dr. Ashford faced an uncertain future, but she carried herself with the dignity of someone who had finally stopped living with deception. Professor Morrison, though saddened by the loss of his precious cipher, seemed strengthened by having learned important lessons about both security and human nature. Timothy Blackwood, chastened but not broken by his experience, appeared determined to channel his scholarly enthusiasm more wisely in future endeavours. Thomas Hartwell, ever practical, seemed to view the entire experience as valuable field research into human behaviour under pressure. "You know, Watson," he said as we gathered our belongings, "I suspect I'll find applications for insights gained during this journey in my archaeological work. Understanding how people respond to confined circumstances and high-pressure situations could prove quite useful when managing excavation teams or analysing historical events. Now, as I complete this account in the familiar comfort of my Baker Street study, with Holmes settled in his customary chair and Mrs. Hudson's footsteps audible in the hallway below, I find myself contemplating the broader lessons our canal boat adventure revealed about trust, friendship, and the complex pressures that shape human behaviour in ways that are often invisible to casual observation. The confined quarters of the Minerva, which had initially seemed charming and conducive to scholarly fellowship, proved to be a crucible that revealed both the best and worst aspect of human nature. Intellectual curiosity and criminal deception, professional dedication and personal desperation, loyal friendship and calculated betrayal, all existed simultaneously within our narrow floating world, creating a complexity that no amount of comfortable social convention could adequately address. Holmes, absorbed now in reading correspondence that has accumulated during our absence, seems already to have filed our canal boat case away in whatever mental catalogue he maintains for completed investigations. But I suspect that even his brilliant analytical mind was challenged by the psychological complexities we encountered, and that he, too, learned valuable lessons about the limitations of pure logic when applied to human motivation. The Thurston Cipher itself remains lost to legitimate scholarship, at least temporarily, though Holmes has expressed cautious optimism that Dr. Ashford's cooperation with authorities may eventually lead to its recovery. Brother Benedict's medieval secret continues to elude modern understanding, but perhaps there is something appropriate about that persistence of mystery. Some puzzles, I have come to believe, are more valuable for the intellectual challenges they present than for the answers they might eventually yield. What I know with absolute certainty is that our journey taught me new appreciation for the complexity of human circumstances and the importance of maintaining compassion even when confronting behaviour that violates our fundamental principles. Dr. Ashford's actions were inexcusable from a legal and professional standpoint, yet her motivation was comprehensible from a human perspective. Timothy's scholarly theft was wrong, but it was driven by intellectual passion rather than criminal intent. Even Professor Morrison's initial security arrangements, while ultimately inadequate, reflected the kind of trust in human nature that makes civilized society possible.